It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, unsealed. Overnight, President Trump reacts to his arrest and arraignment as new details emerge in the criminal case against him. His attorney speaking out this morning here on Today.
I don't think we're getting close to a jury. I think this case is going to fall on its merits, on legal challenges, well before we get to a jury.
We're live at the latest. Then, in their own words, for the first time, we're hearing from the police officers who jumped into action during that school shooting in Nashville.
Not knowing what I was walking into, I went through that door with purpose.
Their story straight ahead. Plus, celebrating today. We're taking a look back at some of our iconic moments from the last 70 years.
Good morning to you. The very first good morning of what I hope and suspect will be a great many good mornings between you and I.
And we have a big announcement to share you will not want to miss. And Little Big Town is here. Our good friends are joining us live this morning as they lend their voices to a special new project like we've never heard them before. Today, Wednesday, April 5th, 2023.
Visiting from Columbia, South Carolina.
Petersburg, Virginia.
Euclid Marina, North Carolina. And Crofton, Maryland.
It's Amelia, Sweet 16.
From New Haven, Kentucky.
Hi there, Papa.
Left the snow behind.
In Elko, Nevada.
Come to New York City. Nurses from Montgomery, Alabama.
From Macomb, Michigan. Celebrating Jim's 40th. From Washington, D.C.
Hi, Dad.
On our bucket list retirement trip from State College, Pennsylvania.
To the Today Show.
We're back at 8:14. Jen is here, Chanel's here because we need everybody here because we're celebrating something very special.
Yes, so it's about this show. We're all honored to be momentary caretakers of this wonderful place. And there's an important milestone we marked last year, today's 70th anniversary. Remember this?
Very first good morning.
Morning's top news.
First, here's the news.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to Today.
Welcome to Today.
In your neck of the woods.
Happy birthday.
In the history books, it's hard to...
Good morning to you. The very first good morning of what I hope and suspect will be a great many good mornings between you and I.
The Today Show is a national treasure. It started in 1952 and was really groundbreaking in its time.
Special events program geared to keep the people in touch with the world.
Barbara Walters here this morning.
Then someone named Barbara Walters came along.
Get your own cup of coffee. Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
good morning, Barbara.
Barbara Walters, the Jane Pauleys, the Katies, the Merediths, they blew the doors open.
Yeah, I know what one candidate said about you. Blame it on Katie Couric.
And then me and Savannah just strolled through. We're like, hey, thanks.
Willard was my inspiration.
I've been kissed for the best.
All right, I'm done.
When I was growing up, there were not a lot of people that looked like me on network television. And then there was Bryant Gumbel.
Barriers are down in East Germany this morning.
Maybe I could do that.
The Today Show was always on in the Daily household when I was a kid.
This morning's top news.
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The President of the United States is dead.
These are the honor guards guarding the casket.
Dr. Martin Luther King died violently last night in Memphis, Tennessee.
How long is it going to take to rebuild Notre Dame? We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
Today's Show for 70 years has been right there at the epicenter of pop culture.
When are you getting married, Mr. Monroe?
Well, the name of the movie is Star Wars.
Beyonce.
I think Dave Garroway and everyone that started this little project in black and white would be astonished and amazed, and I hope they'd be proud.
Thank you. Goodbye until tomorrow morning. Peace.
Well, we are all so proud to be here and continue this beautiful tradition every day. And joining us now is Jeffrey Jones, a professor of media studies at the University of Georgia. And importantly for this conversation, the executive director of the Peabody Awards. No, we don't just sit around and pat ourselves on the back all day. But Mr. Jones, you have a really exciting announcement. We'll let you take it away.
Indeed. Good morning. It's great to be here. I am happy to announce that the Today Show, in celebration of your 70 years on the air, has won a Peabody Award this year.
Wow. Thank you.
First morning show to have won a Peabody Award. And for you guys, it's an institutional award, meaning we like to recognize the lasting impact that your programming has had and its effect on the popular imagination.
Well, I feel like this show's in such good company because the people who have won Peabodys before ranged from everything, from 60 Minutes. What other groups have won?
Yeah, well, we give 30 awards a year to programming, but often institutions. So the 60 Minutes, Sesame Street, The Daily Show. Last year was Fresh Air with Terry Gross. So again, programs that have really made an impact on American culture. And for 70 years, this show has been on the air. And as the clip showed, interviews with presidents and been narrators for the American public in the morning of major events in U.S. history, from the assassination of JFK to 9/11, et cetera.
You know, you get an Emmy, but you treasure a Peabody. What is it about the Peabody Award that makes it so special?
Well, we were formed in 1940 at the University of Georgia before television even existed. It was radio broadcasting at the time, and it was for excellence in broadcasting. And the award really is for stories that matter. And in particular, you know, how do stories shape society, and how is it important for us as citizens, not just consumers and entertainers. Other awards in media are often about the Craft Award, Best Director, Best Writer. In this instance, does the story help us as citizens make sense of our world?
Well, I feel like we're sitting here and we're getting a lot of the glory. And as Savannah said, this institution's been here for 70 years. There are also a bunch of people who work tirelessly with us.
Yeah.
They are outside on our plaza. They're the hardworking producers. We got people in our control room who have been for many years. Many for 20, 30 years have been working on this show. So.
Well, it's true. It's like when you say it is an institution, it is in every sense. It takes hundreds of people to get this show on the air for 4 hours. You know, the fact that
including our bureaus and our folks all over.
The thing that I think we all take pride in to receive such an amazing honor is that we all care so much about the institution and know we just get to have a little piece of it.
Like you said, we're
just a little while. We're caretakers for a moment.
Well, many amazing journalists have come through here. Katie Couric, Tom Brokaw, John Chancellor, and others. Not to forget Jane Pauley, Barbara Walters. So you are in a long line of amazing journalists.
We can't forget our Meredith.
Exactly.
Common with the Simpsons now, finally.
That's right.
Yeah, the Simpsons
Peabody
won this award.
Peabody. That's right.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Congratulations. Look forward to celebrating with you.
Can we hold it?
Yeah, we got a little skip in our step today, don't we?
Look at that.
Wow,
That's a beauty.
We all keep it for a month at a time.
Rotate.
And you drink beer out of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the Stanley Cup. Welcome back. This is Holy Week, of course, and something pretty unusual is happening.
Yeah, this year is one of only 3 times in a century when Easter falls at the same time as Passover and Ramadan.
Yeah, NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is just back from a recent trip to Jerusalem. Wow, this does not happen every day.
It does not. And so I was over in the Middle East covering the news, and then there was a bit of a lull. And I thought, well, this is an unusual occurrence. We have these 3 faiths all coming together because of an overlap in the calendar. Ramadan, the Muslim holy month, moves back every year. So it is a rotating schedule. But this year we have a religious convergence, and nowhere is that more on display than in Jerusalem.
Jerusalem is a city of faith, especially now. A convergence of Eastern and Western calendars that only happens 3 times a century has caused the holy days of the 3 great faiths in the city to overlap. Hundreds of thousands of Muslims throng to the old city, eager to reach the Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan. Nearby, Jews renew their connection to the Promised Land as Passover begins this week. Steps away is the Christian Quarter, where Holy Week is in full swing.
It's Easter season now, so Christian pilgrims are coming from every nation to visit one church. This church, the holiest church in the entire world. Let's go inside.
The Church of the Holy Sepulchre embodies Easter like nowhere else, built around the very places where Christians believe Jesus was crucified, buried, and rose again. Archbishop Isidoros has served here since 1991.
Where are we going first? We're going up to Golgotha, the crucifixion, where Jesus Christ crucified.
The crucifixion site.
Under the holy altar, exactly where the icon, there is a hole, where the cross of Jesus Christ stood.
This hole, can we touch it?
You can go inside, you can put your hand inside.
That's a great privilege.
This is the place, the anointment stone. After the crucifixion, they put the body of Christ in this stone to wash, to prepare before to bury him.
So people still now are rubbing their rosaries or just their hands on the stone where Jesus' body was washed in order to receive a blessing from it.
The last stop on our tour was Jesus' tomb.
This is perhaps the most special place in Jerusalem, certainly for the Christian community. This is the tomb.
Exactly the place where the Christ buried and resurrected.
Do you still have a unique feeling when you come into this place?
Of course, this is the center of our religion.
3 faiths offering their prayers at the same time in one small city.
Wow, that's cool.
So I'm back, and you saw that stone where Jesus' body was prepared for burial, and how people were putting their objects. Some people were putting their own jewelry there, leaving it on the stone. There's also oils that they put on it. So I did the same thing for all of you. They sell these actual rosaries in the church, and I put them on. And even if you're not a person of faith, or even if you're not Christian, I think objects of real spiritual value have a universal appeal.
Wonderful.
And everyone, can use it. I know you've had serious back problems.
Yeah.
Your daughter, and you've had a health scare, and I know you're a person of faith. So I brought one for each of you.
Wow.
A photograph and a photograph of the rosary on the stone.
Oh my gosh,
no kidding,
Richard.
proof.
Richard. That's so thoughtful.
I'll
Especially at this time of the year. Thank you.
That
was beautiful.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, coming up next, we're going to help you read more this spring with the latest picks from the New York Times best-selling authors who are with us this morning. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Wow, smell them. You can smell the oil that came from the stone.
All right, we're back, 8:42. Read more today. Spring has sprung, and with it, a whole new crop of great books. And here with their top picks for the season, a pair of New York Times best-selling authors, Chen-Julie Wang and our buddy Isaac Fitzgerald. Chen-Julie, you're our buddy, too. Both of our buddies are reading buddies. Let's start with fiction. Okay, Chen-Julie, you have a great find. This is an octopus story.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
It is called Sea Change by Gina Chung. It is a debut. It's for anyone who's felt a little bit lost or stuck in life. Ro is estranged from her mother. She's just going through a breakup. Her dad went missing when she was a teen. The only thing that's keeping her afloat is her friendship with a giant Pacific octopus. When that octopus is sold to the highest bidder, Ro must start to look at her past and her trauma and find her way to healing.
Wow. What about you, Isaac?
All right, I've got House of Cotton by Monica Brashears. This is an incredible surrealist, like it takes Southern Gothic, but it twists it. It's so literary. It is also a debut. It's fantastic. It tells the story of Magnolia, and she's taking a very eerie, creepy job as a model at a funeral parlor on a plantation. There's a lot of grief in this book and different ways that we deal with it, but what I love about it is the writing. The writing is sharp, sharp, sharp. This is an incredible debut, a masterpiece. House of Cotton, you don't want to miss it.
Okay, I'm sold. All right, Isaac, how about your nonfiction?
I got nonfiction for you, Life on Delay by John Hendrickson. He wrote this incredible profile of Joe Biden in 2020. It went viral. It was about Joe Biden's stutter. John uses that as a leaping off point to study his own stutter and the way that it affected his life. It gets into schoolyard bullying, sometimes at-home bullying, but he also gets into unexpected friendships. He literally goes back into his past and interviews people to figure out what really happened and how it led him to this life of not just written word, but he does public speaking. He's an incredible storyteller. You're going to root for John every page. I love it.
Sounds super inspiring. What was your choice, Chen-Julie?
Dyscalculia by Kamung Felix. This is a memoir written by an acclaimed poet, and you can tell it's beautifully written. You want to read and reread the sentences. It starts with a heart-wrenching breakup, and through her childhood dyscalculia, which is a math disability, Felix looks at her relationships, her trauma, and her path to redemption. It's really powerful.
Oh, wow. We always do an author's pick. This is the bonus. What did you choose?
This is the bonus. Monica Heisey's really good, actually. This is for you if you are looking to laugh out loud. Every single line is laugh out loud funny. We're following a protagonist who's basically just gotten through a divorce, and she just continues to make a parade of messy, messy mistakes. Now, Monica Heisey was a writer for Schitt's Creek, so you know you're going to get the funny, but this is what I'm going to say.
We call that S Creek.
Right. Just to be clear, that's with a CH.
Yeah.
But no, it's dirty. It is. It's dirty, but it's funny. It's dirty. It's funny. It's dirty. It's
Sounds
funny.
like a
but
good
it's
beach read.
It's fantastic.
Okay. What do you think? Can you top that one, Chen-Julie?
Yes, The Great Reclamation by Rachel Heng. It is a sweeping historical fiction. Takes us back in time. The details, you can taste it, you can smell it. Follows Abun, who's born to a fisherman's village in Singapore in the 20th century, and his neighbor, Seok Mei. Follows their relationship as the village is swept up by World War II, an invasion. It's about colonialism, coming of age, but at its heart, it is a deep and powerful love story.
Okay, I see a couple other. You got children's books.
Listen, A Bed of Stars, Jessica Love. Just let me shout it out. It's a fantastic book about ramblers and feeling small in the universe, but then feeling okay about that. Just check it out.
That's sweet. And real quick,
You Are Here by Ellen Oh. It's a set of interconnected stories set at an airport. A TSA incident.
Is it a YA book?
Yes, it's a YA book.
Young adult.
Yes.
For those of us literary types.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you to both of you. Our work's cut out for us for this summer reading. If you want more on the books and some bonus picks for kids, go to today.com/books. Hoda.
Oh, we got a treat. We're getting the party started. We got Little Big Town. You guys, these Grammy winners are going to be live. They're taking on a hit, a beloved hit. I have not heard you sing this before, but it's going to be a great one. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Oh, we're back with country music stars and our good friends. We love them. Little Big Towns here.
Wish they were here every day. But last summer, these Grammy winners rocked our plaza to celebrate their 10th album. Now they're lending their talented voices to a very special new project.
Karen, Kimberly, Jimmy, and Philip, good morning. Y'all are
Morning,
taking
guys.
on the
Good
Stones.
morning.
How are you doing?
Rolling Stone.
Tell us about this.
Well, this is it's called Stone Cold Country. And it's a love letter from Nashville to the Rolling Stones and how they've influenced our music. And
it's their
we
60th anniversary.
Yeah. So it's just a celebration record, and there's some incredible performances on this.
You guys do Wild Horses on the album? Is
Yes.
that
Yeah.
That song's over 50 years old. How do you... What do you do to it? What was your first thought? How do you Little Big Town it?
That's
Just
a
throw some
daunting
harmony on
task.
there.
You
Pray, you ask for blessing from above to hope that you can pull it off.
Blessings from above and Mick.
And Mick, too. All right, are you all going to sing that for us right
We
now?
are.
Yeah.
All right,
They're
let's
singing
do it.
Wild Horses.
Can we tell you, too, that we saw our good friends Shane McAnally and Brandy Clark wrote Shucks?
Oh, yes.
And we saw it last night, and they're in our songwriting community. We're so proud of them. So we just want to
On Broadway.
Everybody was there last night. Big star.
hit. We just love them.
All right,
Okay.
guys.
Little Big Town.
Childhood living is easy to do. The things you wanted, I bought them for you. Oh, graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hands. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. I know I dreamed you sin and alive. I have my freedom, but I don't have much time. Faith has been broken. Tears must be cried. Let's do some living after we die. Oh,
Kyle,
too.
Yes. Y'all, that was
Thank you,
amazing.
guys. Oh, my
To
God.
be clear, y'all sing that well after you were out on Broadway last night. You woke up, you got here, you were
That four part, that's beautiful. What a crazy thing the Stones in Nashville.
Yeah.
When they recorded that, they didn't even like the demo, from what I understand.
I hope they liked ours.
That was incredible.
That was awesome,
That
y'all. We
means a
love
lot.
you so much.
Thank you. We love y'all.
Little Big Town, that's Stone
Thank you.
Cold Country. It is out now, and you can catch Little Big Town on their Friends of Mine tour this summer. Hope y'all are coming to us.
Cool album.
Yeah.
Love you.
We are back with the third and fourth hours of today, including actor Jim Belushi. That'll be awesome. And the secrets for happier, healthier skin, finally. Little Big Town, thank you guys so much.
awesome.
Safe travels.
Love it. Love
Sounds
y'all.
great. First, quick check your local news and weather.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This morning on the third hour of today, the housing hunt. From your finances to sprucing up curb appeal and who to bring with you as you search for a new home. We've got your checklist for buying or selling this spring. Plus, series shakeup.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear.
The new questions about when the wildly popular Yellowstone series will return. And will star Kevin Costner be part of it? We've got an inside look. Then we've got high hopes for Jim Belushi live in 1A.
The drama's never too much for me.
What the actor turned farmer is revealing about his show's new season. And grab the popcorn. A look at this month's hottest movies and TV shows in What to Watch. From the origin story of Michael Jordan and Nike, and how about those pink ladies? Today, Wednesday, April 5th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of today.
And welcome to the third hour of today on a hump day. Mike, I'm Al, along with Chanel, and we've got our good pal Jacob here. Craig and Dylan are off, and Jacob Soberoff joining us, of course.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning to you guys.
That's right. And we've got another busy show today. Jacob's got the scoop on the hit show Yellowstone.
Oh, I sure do.
All sorts of stuff swirling around that. Jim Belushi is going to be here as well. But before we begin, we want to wish a happy Passover to all those celebrating. So
Absolutely.
enjoy.
Hag Sameach, as we say.
There you go.
Happy Passover.
All right. Well, let's start with our top story of the day, of course. Former President Donald Trump back in Florida this morning and on the offensive after the criminal case against him was made public. So here's the deal. Overnight, Trump rallying supporters and tearing into investigators in a post-arrest speech at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The now criminal defendant pleading not guilty in a Manhattan court on Tuesday to 34 felony charges in a case relating to alleged hush money payments. We have NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker here to break down really this historic case against him. It's been very busy for you guys.
Yeah.
So let's just start with, how serious are these charges? Were there any surprises in the indictment? Maybe any charges we weren't expecting?
Yeah, good question. Good to be with you guys. These are serious charges. But Chanel, this is also a risky case for the DA to bring. Typically, federal charges are brought by federal prosecutors. In this case, you have the Manhattan DA who's bringing these charges. Look, there seems to be a lot of evidence here. Does it add up to a felony? I think that's going to be the big question. In terms of surprises, the fact that David Pecker, the former CEO of the National Enquirer, is featured so prominently, that was a surprise because it gets around some of the credibility issues with his former attorney and fixer, Michael Cohen. So this is going to be really interesting.
short term, Kristen, it seems like this is the president has benefited from this, and that he's done a lot of fundraising. They talk about $8 million, and you've seen all these conventional Republicans lining up behind him. Does this put the nomination process and those who were going to say compete against him kind of put everything on hold?
It absolutely does. Even some of his biggest critics are closing ranks around him. Mitt Romney, who voted to impeach him twice, is calling this political. His rivals on the trail and those who we think are going to get into the race are criticizing this process. Look, I've been talking to Republican insiders who say if Trump's Republican rivals want to have a chance of winning, they are going to have to sharpen their tone. But that might not happen for months, maybe till the debates, which start at the end of the summer. But a lot of Republicans who want to defeat him are haunted by 2016. Remember what happened then?
Sure.
Republicans didn't want to lay a glove on him until it was too late. That's right. Until he was running away with the nomination. Those who want to defeat him don't want to see that happen again. We'll have to see, though. There's risk in going after him.
You know, the thing is, though, Kristen, these challengers may have some extra fodder with all these other investigations that are swirling around President Trump. And we heard him mention some of those last night at Mar-a-Lago, whether it's in Georgia or the special counsel investigation. How will those impact him politically, and how fast will all of this ultimately develop?
It relates back to what we're talking about with Al, which is that his Republican rivals are watching closely to see what happens with those other investigations. If there are more indictments, that opens up a clear path. And I've spoken to folks who are involved with 2024, these other campaigns, who say if there's another indictment, it makes it a lot easier for us to attack him, to try to make the argument that he is a candidate who has too much baggage for a general election. So that opens up a clear path, and then that's when you start to potentially see some of his support starting to really whittle away around the edges. He has a strong base of support. His polls are so strong with the Republican base. But again, if you start to see more indictments add up, that's when voters really start to raise an eyebrow again.
And really quickly, I mean, this timeline won't be as fast as maybe some people anticipate. When can we expect to see Trump perhaps back in court?
Chanel, we're in for the long haul, I think.
Buckle up.
Yeah, his next expected date was December. Prosecutors are asking for a January court date. That's a month before the Iowa caucus.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be crazy. It was so great to see you out there yesterday. Great job.
Thank you. Great to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Not busy for you?
No, it's never not busy.
Oh, my goodness. To use a double negative.
Thank you, Kristen. See you guys.
See you
Thanks.
All right, so let's take a turn now to new questions surrounding the future of the most popular show, one of the most popular shows these days, Yellowstone. So, Jacob, you've been covering this story, and it looks like fans are going to have to wait a little bit longer for the end of season 5.
More people are waiting to figure out what happens with this than maybe with that last story that we were talking about.
That's so true.
I think so. Yellowstone, you all know this. It's the hit series about a powerful and complicated family of ranchers. It continues to captivate people all across the country. But so check this out. There are reports of possible internal shakeups. A lot of people wondering when the show's going to come back, whether there's going to be any surprise exits by the cast themselves. Watch.
For nearly 5 years, the epic Dutton family drama has been drawing audiences in. Yellowstone becoming one of the biggest hits on television.
Sacrifice is exactly what we're going to do.
But now the show seems to be moving into uncharted territory with new questions about who will return to the series and when. The drama reportedly playing out behind the scenes. Over the weekend, the main cast, including Kevin Costner, who stars as patriarch John Dutton, along with show creator Taylor Sheridan, were noticeably absent during a scheduled appearance.
A half an hour before the event was to start, they said, he's a no-show.
Amid speculation about Costner's future on Yellowstone, a Paramount executive at the panel says he's very confident the 68-year-old will continue with the show.
He's not saying how much he's going to be involved. Will he be starring on the show? Who knows? At this point, it's really anybody's guess.
Yellowstone Season 5 returns this summer with all new episodes.
After Yellowstone's mid-season finale in January, new episodes of Season 5 were supposed to start airing this summer, but production's reportedly yet to begin.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear.
Back in February, rumors first swirled about Costner's potential exit from the series. Sources telling Variety that the Golden Globe-winning actor had less availability and was having scheduling conflicts with the show. At the time, Paramount saying in a statement, Kevin Costner is a big part of Yellowstone, and we hope that's the case for a long time to come.
You don't get voted off the island, you're written off it. I think it's safe to say the foot's on the gas.
Yep.
And we're not slowing down.
It's your Cowboys Day.
Since its debut in 2018, Yellowstone's gained a massive following, with a record 12.1 million viewers tuning in for the show's latest season premiere in November. The Yellowstone universe
quickly expanding, drawing in a who's who of Hollywood, like Helen Mirren and Harrison Ford in the latest prequel, 1923.
Have you figured out the Dutton family tree, and can you explain it to all of us?
I've got a working knowledge of it.
Along with Faith Hill and Tim McGraw in 1883, and now another newly announced spin-off in the works with Matthew McConaughey.
I know how you feel.
Still, fans say, no one will be able to replace Yellowstone's original star. All right, so we reached out to Paramount, as well as Kevin Costner and Taylor Sheridan's teams also for comment. We haven't heard back yet. A Paramount executive at this weekend's panel said they're going to be announcing the next season soon. But meanwhile, there's all this hype surrounding whether or not on this new spinoff that Matthew McConaughey is on, the existing cast members will ultimately come over to that show.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe if Kevin Costner doesn't come back. A lot of people are waiting. They're watching. They want to know what's going to happen.
It's interesting because fans love this show.
Yeah, they do.
And it feels weird that it's kind of in the air.
That's right. Well, if you want to join in on the hype, you can go, all right, and watch those reruns on Peacock. That's right. Okay. Okay, so if you would indulge us, we want to take a moment to celebrate here in 1A, because we are so very proud to announce that in honor of our 70 years on the air, the Today Show has joined a very exclusive club. We have won a Peabody Institutional Award.
Here it is.
Recognizes the lasting impact our program has had on American culture since its start back in 1952, hopefully telling stories that matter, being a part of your day, which we are so honored to be part of your day. And we all here at this desk and the rest of us are also honored to be a small part of the Today Show legacy. And by the way, this prize, this honor, is an amazing group and past Peabody Institutional winners, including 60 Minutes, Sesame Street, Fresh Air with Terry Gross, and my favorite, The Simpsons.
I knew you were going to say that.
We got a Peabody.
I wanted to hold it. You said something earlier. I think it was a Walter Cronkite quote about Emmys versus a Peabody. What did you say?
I said you win an Emmy, you want a Peabody.
Yeah, you do. This is as close as I've ever been to excellence.
I know.
As a cousin of the show, as someone who's not here every day, congratulations to you guys, and especially congratulations to the people behind the scenes that make this program happen every
our writers,
single day.
Our producers, our crew, all those folks.
Yeah.
I'm not done rapping yet, Greenie, our producer. We're talking about all of our bureaus and our people, everybody.
For decades.
That's it. So now we'll.
So there you go. All right. Coming up, it is today's checklist for the busy spring real estate season. How to know what you can afford to buy and the simple changes sellers can make to add value to your home. And then later, Surf's Up. We meet one photographer taking the plunge and getting the shots not everyone can. Her story of grit is still ahead on the third hour. Yay.
It is time for today's checklist, and we're going to talk spring real estate. So whether you're looking to buy or you're getting ready to put your place up on the market, this is the busiest time of the year. And here to help with everything we need to know, real estate broker and president of R New York, Stephanie Birkin. Stephanie, good to see you again.
Good morning.
What's happening?
See you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here.
Well, good to see you. And of course, it's springtime. Sellers, so for the sellers out there,
yes,
as people are thinking about putting it on the market, what are the things they can do right now to their home to increase the value, like immediately, to try to get the most money?
Yes. So it's practical updates, right? Not all home improvements are created equal. So if you have a bonus room, even a corner or a little nook, convert it to an office. It becomes usable, right? Especially with people working from home. If you have a basement, finish it out. It adds to your livable square footage, and then it makes the home feel more finished. Even fixtures, right? Kitchens and bathrooms. Overall, it's a pretty inexpensive fix, but it has a really big impact. And curb appeal. Upgrade curb appeal. Replace a garage door, a mailbox, even the numbers on a house. Those updated touches grab buyers' attention really quickly, even before they even step foot into the home.
If you could only do one thing, though, what would it be?
If you could only do one thing, I would say like a good paint job, update hardware, and curb appeal. Because that'll set the
That'll
first
get me
impression.
in.
Make it look crisp.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say you want to buy, and let's talk about how much you can realistically afford, how to figure that out, and how much you can borrow for a mortgage.
Okay, Chanel, this is the number one question. It's the number one question I get. How do I know how much I can afford, and what should my monthly mortgage be? Here are the figures you need to know.
Okay.
Household income, okay? Cash reserves, because you're going to need that cash for the down payment and for the closing costs. Don't forget about those closing costs.
I think that's what gets people. Like, they think, okay, I can make this much a month, but then you forget about that chunk.
And by the way, it's about 3 to 5%. So it's not an insignificant amount of money. You need to know your monthly debt and your credit profile, because credit directly impacts your interest rate.
Yeah.
So know what your score is. Have a good sense of what your score is.
Can we look at a real world example? Because the percentages are kind of hard to follow.
Okay.
Median home price in the U.S. is what, $400,000?
Yes.
So what do the costs look like for a home that costs $400,000?
Okay, good question. So let's say you're buying something $400,000.
Okay.
You're going to put about 20% down. That's $80,000.
Okay.
Closing costs, like we just talked about $20,000. So right there, you need about $100,000 in cash reserve. Okay. You should anticipate your monthly mortgage being about $2,000, but don't forget property tax. Homeowners insurance
right.
should be about $2,500. And I just want to give one tip.
Okay.
A lot of people think about just paying for the home. It's also about maintaining the home.
Yeah.
A lot of new homeowners forget about that. So I say leave for a $400,000 purchase, leave about $4,000 to $16,000 just for maintenance and
alone.
upkeep.
Sure.
That's a lot of money.
Especially if it's an older house.
100%. 100%.
When you're looking for a house, you say it's important to know what type of house.
That's exactly right, Al. So are you looking for a starter home? Are you looking for your dream forever home? Are you looking for just a weekend property, an investment property? That will help tailor the search, and then you can decide how much work you're willing to do. How long are you going to stay there for? How much are you going to use it? Because then you can bake that into your offer. A lot of people say, to DIY or to not DIY?
Well, I was just about to say, how do you know when to call a professional and say, you know what?
So some people want to pay a premium for a more turnkey, what we say, finished product. Some people see more value in a fixer-upper. Regardless, if there's any work you're going to do, bring along a contractor with you. He or she will give you a realistic sense.
Do you have to pay them for that when they come with?
Time. No, it's a connection.
Okay.
All right. Somebody
you
know.
They'll get it on the someone you know.
See, my rule of thumb is if it can kill me, I won't do it. I will pay
I
somebody.
think that's a good rule of thumb.
It is a good rule.
If I can fall off this roof.
We need you.
Yeah.
We need
this
you.
is going to be the end of
If
me.
I need
I'm
a
not doing
ladder.
it.
Stephanie, thanks
Good
so
to
much.
see
You
you.
always
You're
bring
welcome.
the
Good to
great
see you, too.
advice.
Thanks
We
for
really
having me.
appreciate it. Coming up next in our series, Grit, we're going to share the inspiring story of one surfing photographer who uses the ocean to heal in more ways than one. And then check out who we got here in Studio 1A. That's
clean
it,
that
Jim
up for us a
Belushi,
little
cleaning
bit.
up our little sunrise. He's going to be talking about his growing business. Third hour today, I'll be right back. That's not going to come off. Sorry.
Schmutz. A schmutz is what we call it. Okay, you guys ready for a good one?
Let's do it.
Back now with our series Grit. It's bringing you the stories of those who show courage and resolve against the odds.
I love this series. For big wave surf photographer Sachi Cunningham, a love of the ocean and her skill at navigating 60-foot waves,
Crazy.
which you would know, are all
Yeah,
part
right.
of the job. And it's a career that's helped her find peace and purpose.
It's just this enormous force of life that is so much bigger than you because your breath is just taken away by this beauty. I mean, to me, it's beautiful. It's not scary most of the time.
Photographer Sachi Cunningham is a little over 5 feet tall, but she boldly swims into waves almost 10 times her size.
It's just awe-inspiring.
Growing up in Pittsburgh, Sachi was a competitive swimmer and played water polo at Brown University. Her second love was always her camera.
I had no idea that there was a thing called water photography, and I saw this guy in the waves with a camera. I was just like, what? That's the thing? That I could do that?
Sachi's first job was teaching English in Japan, but her sights were always out to sea, and that's when she took the plunge and bought an underwater camera.
It was a lot of money, $6,000 I saved to buy this setup that I had never shot a frame in my life in the water. But I knew once I bought it and I took it out that I had made the right choice, absolutely.
There's something about swimming in the ocean, she says, that kept her afloat during the most turbulent times in her life, from losing her mother to cancer and then being diagnosed with manic depression.
It was just that being in this high pressure environment of an Ivy League university, and then your mom dies, that was the fuse that I needed to go crazy. And I think that had I not been swimming 6 days a week for 2 hours every day, I have no idea what I would have turned out like.
Bobbing in icy water with a 20-pound camera, she navigates 4-story waves, unpredictable currents, and the occasional shark to get shots other photographers might miss from a boat. Most of the time here at Mavericks in Northern California, one of the most legendary and dangerous surf spots on Earth. And the place she found the inspiration for her documentary, She Change, in 2014.
It was about a dozen women from around the world that were really the only women at the time that were surfing big waves, and it was amazing. It was electric.
She built a sisterhood one wave at a time. With 4 of the best female big wave riders and their quest for equity and equal pay in the sport.
And to just be in the lineup with your peers all of a sudden and realizing that you're a group that could really make changes in the sport was so exciting.
2 years after she began filming the documentary, she faced a challenge even bigger than the waves. She was battling the same cancer her mother died from. And again, she found solace in the sea.
I went through chemo, and during that whole process, I was still swimming out there and shooting. It's about knowing that those forces that are out of your control are there that could kill you. You have to learn how to turn that scary thing into something beautiful and to make it your own and to survive it. And that's exactly what I had to do in order to go through my own cancer experience.
Today, Sachi is cancer-free, and she says still on the ride of her life, living history with her fearless female surfers.
You know, I like the challenge. There's the physical challenge, the mental challenge, the spiritual challenge, and growth in all those areas that translate out of the water into every aspect of my life.
And we have an update about Sachi's documentary. For the first time ever this year, women were invited to compete with men in one of the world's most prestigious events in Hawaii for surfing. A milestone, yes, Sachi says, but there's still a a long way to go. We have a resident surfer here in Jacob
Let me
Soboroff.
just say, I want to sing, first of all, that was a great
You know
story.
her, right?
Sachi and I have many mutual friends through the documentary world and community. She is a legend. She's so skilled and talented, not just at surfing, but the work that she does. And also, you guys should all go follow her on Instagram. I think it's Sachi. She's got one of the best feeds that I've got in my Instagram. Yeah, I love her.
Check that out.
I mean, surfing is no joke.
And to do what she does is like double no joke.
Yep. Wow.
It was awesome.
Right. Well, coming up next, he acts, he's a musician, and a farmer. That's right. We're sitting down. Well, maybe
You want
he's
to come
not
to my
sitting
house?
down.
And he's part of the crew.
The great Jim Belushi cleaning up.
Yeah,
literally in the world of farming, and of course a little Blues Brothers as well. And then later, taking a look at some of this month's best new movies in What to Watch. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
It's Mario.
This morning, we are catching up with actor, comedian, and cannabis farmer Jim Belushi.
Let's say that again. Cannabis farmer Jim Belushi. Of course, you guys know him as the suburban dad from the hit sitcom. According to Jim, now you can see him in season 3 of his Discovery series, Growing Belushi, as he continues to grow his cannabis business based in Oregon. But by the way, it is not all fun and games as he works his way through a unique set of challenges.
Look at how happy these girls are. These are the girls I'm worried about, Jim. I know. We got 2 weeks, and we're going to do it. Stay positive. The clock is running.
You have about a week window that you can stretch harvest. At 10 days, we've stretched it past the week window. You go much farther than that, everything starts to decompose. If we don't get this next harvest hung, cured, dried, we can lose another $500,000 worth of cannabis.
Wow.
That's high stakes, man. Good to see you, Jim.
Oh, good to see you.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, for those of us that need to catch up, where did season 2 leave off, and where is season 3 going?
Well, season 2 left off with my barn that had about $400,000 worth of cannabis in it, burned.
To the ground.
To the ground.
Oh my God.
Yeah, one night, well, we don't know what happened because there's a lot of organized crime in the cannabis industry in North Dakota.
Oh, there sure is. In the black market.
Black market is huge. And so our county actually was a state of emergency in order for them to, bust these farms. And there was one close to me, and I was worried that I was a competition or something. They didn't like me, and they burned it. So we don't know, and you won't know until you see the episode tonight.
That is a taste.
There you go.
So we do the investigation tonight, but it happened right at the end of the season filming. It was like, okay, let's wrap. The next day it was like, it's burning. Get the cameras.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But when you have something like that, maybe the firemen are just stoned.
Well, no, not those men. They were very good with the investigation.
Okay. So, was this something that you came by naturally in that, you kind of along the way?
I had this beautiful property in Oregon on the Rogue River, and a farm came up behind me, and I bought it, and I didn't know what to grow. I didn't want to grow corn or raise cattle. And Danny Aykroyd, who's a partner of mine, the Blues Brothers, but also as an actor and as a friend, Jimmy, cannabis is legal now in Oregon. Why don't you just grow some cannabis? I've got a very good man that knows how to grow it, Captain Jack. And that's how it started.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's funny. We're looking at video of you and Dan.
Oh, there's
Aykroyd.
Danny?
Yeah. If I were to ask you, let's say one word to describe your relationship with Dan, what would you say?
Love, man. Come on. I mean, I sing and dance with him when the Blues Brothers were on stage, and we are just flying like on F-16 engines on stage with 10 people playing behind us. I've acted with him, like on vacation with him. He's just a beautiful, beautiful
That is
man.
a special brotherhood.
Yeah. Well,
be able
yeah,
to
you know,
talk about
it's
somebody
interesting
like that.
when my brother passed, Dan Aykroyd and John Candy, they just swooped in on me and they just like put their wings around me and just healed me with love and attention, and I just we fell in love.
You're still performing with Aykroyd doing Blues Brothers.
Oh yes. Denny and I are singing and dancing. We're doing all that great old blues. You're a blues brother.
I am an honourary blues brother. Back in 1996, during the Olympics.
Look at that.
Well, this was me and Lester.
Yeah.
But in '96, I got to perform.
Oh my
the
gosh.
Blues Brothers in Atlanta during the Olympics.
Yes,
That's
yes.
right.
We opened it.
John Goodman was with
Wait,
them.
was this in 96?
This was in 96.
Yeah, man.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
look at you. You still got those moves?
Still got, he does.
Yeah, well, Goodman said, you were the one who said, well, if you come in at over a deuce and a quarter.
I brought the harmonica.
Come on.
Sweet home, Chicago.
There you go.
You always got that in your pocket?
I carry. You know, there are so many blues clubs. I walk in, I hear it, and I walk down the street and I hear music, and I get pulled into these clubs, and I pull my harmonica out, and they recognize me, and they bring me up, and
That's funny.
I have so much.
So
fun.
can you play a little as we leave, as we go to break? Play a little Blues Brothers for a little blues for us?
And is there cannabis in the other pocket? Is the question?
I'm always carrying it, my friend.
Oh boy!
I just don't know.
Ask.
You might want to try some of that great Oregon cannabis.
All right, there
Where's
you
the
go.
harmonica?
Right
us
here.
out.
That's right.
Oh, here, hold my coffee.
I got you. Jim Belushi.
It's at Breaking the Heart.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, keep going,
The
yeah.
new season of Joe and Belushi premieres tonight at 9 p.m. on Discovery. Coming up, we got a lot more shows for you to binge. A review of the new musical Grease spinoff, the action thriller Citadel, and much more in What to Watch. Don't go anywhere. And then later, how about some magic meal prep? We're showing you simple ways to make your food last longer and make use of all of those scraps. We will be right back on the third hour.
Discovery.
Up to
Discovery.
Discovery tonight. Tune in.
Come on out.
Hey!
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
You still got the blues.
All right, grab your buttery snacks and get cozy because we are back with a look at the best films and TV shows to watch this month.
And who better to help us than our friend and NBC News entertainment contributor, Chris Witherspoon, also the founder and CEO of the entertainment app top viewers. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, so this first one of the greatest sports collaborations for the ages.
Can't wait.
This movie's getting so much buzz.
Yes.
Slam Dunk?
This one's called Air. Yes, Slam Dunk. I saw it, you guys. It's so good. It's the story behind this group of Nike executives who fought to land this game-changing deal with Michael Jordan. The Michael Jordan Air Jordan sneakers. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Viola Davis, Jason Bateman, Chris Tucker, and some of Matt Damon's best work. Just wait for this boardroom scene he does in the film. It's phenomenal. I consider it Oscar-worthy, actually.
Really?
Yeah, and Viola Davis is Michael Jordan's mom, Dolores. She's amazing. And you got to keep in mind, Dolores, she fought for Michael Jordan to have equity in Air Jordan sneakers. Right. To this day, if we're sitting down, he gets $400 million a year from Air Jordan.
That he's getting?
Yes, Michael Jordan. Because
my.
she fought for him to have equity. Just a really, really great story. And this is directed by Ben Affleck. And I kind of think it's Ben and Matt's best work since Good Will Hunting.
Wow.
Great sell.
Okay, that is an endorsement right there.
Yes.
That's a good. All right, so the wait is finally over. Our sister company Universal and Illumination is out with Super Mario Brothers.
I'm so
the movie.
excited.
What can you tell us about?
Can I say this? Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. This is the animated feature based on the Super Mario Brothers video game. This is the best-selling video game franchise of all times, you guys. So huge audience built in for this one. But it stars Chris Pratt, Seth Rogen, Charlie Day, Anna Taylor-Joy, Keegan-Michael Key. So the whole story here is Mario and the gang have to go from Brooklyn to Mushroom Kingdom to track down Luigi, who's been kidnapped by Bowser.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Jack Black plays Bowser. He's so good in this movie, by the way. He kind of steals the show.
Jack Black is Bowser?
Yes,
Yes.
he's hilarious. He sings, plays the piano. He's really funny. But it's kind of cool because we all kind of spent time playing this game as a kid.
I never made it to the princess.
No? Okay, I got
As a
all
kid,
those.
I'm still playing it.
Oh, let's go. Same. So it has that cross-generational appeal, I think.
All right.
Oh, I love Mario. All right, let's go from the big screen to the small screen. The old gang at Rydell High. This Grease prequel. Everybody is talking about this.
Listen, Grease is the word, y'all. You're right. Everyone's talking about it. This is a scripted series that follows this film that everyone saw back in the day. But now you're seeing these 4 outcasts at Rydell High. And now Rydell High is very, very diverse. It takes place 4 years before the movies. But as I said, it's very diverse.
Okay.
But a great cast, young, impressive cast of young actors. And they're calling this show their love letter to the film that came out back in 1978.
Okay.
And each episode has really great musical numbers. So it's kind of like Glee, but Grease instead.
Oh,
yeah.
very
But
cool.
each episode feels like a film. It's very high budget, big production numbers.
So now this next show you say you love. It's called
I'm
Beef.
obsessed, you guys. Yes, I'm gonna try and stay seated. It's called Beef.
I'm like, okay.
So it's about these 2 strangers who get into a road rage incident that winds up kind of consuming them and brings chaos into their life. Ali Wong, who we know is a comedian, she plays a dramatic character. Stephen Young, David Cho, Maria Bello. Being compared to Succession and The Bear, y'all, it comes out tomorrow. Please watch and text me because you're gonna binge the whole thing.
Okay.
There's comedy in there, drama, and some of the best acting on TV, and written and directed by a young newcomer called Lee Sung Jin. I promise you, just remember his name. We'll be talking about him, I think, come award season.
Okay, this is on Netflix.
Yes, it's called Beef.
One more thing
I'm here
to binge.
for it.
All right, so
lineup.
the last pick is a
What'd you say?
spy.
It's a good lineup.
Right?
Okay, yes, some good
much
stuff.
A spy thriller series with some pretty intense fight scenes.
Yes,
right?
this one's called Citadel. It's about this secret spy agency that's been shaping history for the past decade. Stars Priyanka Chopra, Richard Madden, and they're these spies whose memories
Stanley
have been
Tucci?
wiped. Yeah, he's in it as well. Yes,
Okay.
he's kind of the head of Citadel. Their memories were wiped clean. Now they have to kind of get back their memories and remember how they were agents. Priyanka Chopra, she does her own stunts in this. And I'll tell you, I had to ice my neck and my back after I watched because she just goes in and she actually has a scar now on her eyebrow from the stunts that she did in this show.
Wow.
Very cool. Oh,
Dedication.
man,
It's a good one.
This looks high adrenaline.
I know some
Thank
good
you.
stuff
Chris,
today.
You always bring it.
I forgot my harmonica though.
All right.
Yes.
Hold it against
Next time. Well, coming up next, we're talking kitchen hacks, using items that you've already got in more ways than one. We're going to find out why an ice cream scoop or a wine bottle just might be perfect for baking. We'll explain. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
This morning in Today Food, we're helping you save time and money in the kitchen. We're sharing some secrets to whipping up a speedy and delicious meal.
Here to help is Catherine McCord, author of the new book out. It's called Meal Prep Magic. Good morning to you. Hi, how are you guys today?
We're doing great.
Explain.
We're
You have
very
some
excited
good
about
stuff.
this.
So my kids love berries, and at the bottom they always get smushy, and then they only eat the top.
Because berries are expensive
Yep.
and moisture is enemy number one.
Seems like they
for
go like
berries.
that.
They do.
They fly. We gotta keep, because they're $1 each these
I
days.
know, I know.
So what we're gonna do is take a paper towel,
Okay.
fold it. So when you buy the plastic container, pull out that pad.
Oh,
put your
keep it
berries
out of there?
right in there. So we're
Okay.
just gonna put them right in.
I just put the whole
Does it
plastic
really
thing
work?
in the fridge.
And oh my God, your berries are gonna stay fresh for 2 weeks doing it like this.
Covered.
Yes, covered.
So
You
paper
could
towel
leave-
on the bottom and then glass.
Yes, and you can leave a little bit of air if you want, but I'm telling you, all that moisture is going to go in that paper towel, and your berries are going to be fresh like
Fantastic.
magic.
Does it have to be wood on top like that? No.
No, you can
Just
do
any kind of top.
great
Any kind of-
question. You can any kind of container. Okay.
Now, we
So this
waste
is-
so many vegetables.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean, size does matter with vegetables, especially when they go on a sheet tray. But mise en place is really just a fancy word for meal prep magic.
Okay.
So we want to put everything on here, and I just like to dump everything. We can do that, and you're just going to put the asparagus. This is a recipe from
cool.
the cookbook, and it's asparagus with miso. So we'll put the miso there,
Right.
garlic, olive oil, toss it all together right in, and it's like
And
one
roast it in
dish,
the oven.
Roasted in the oven, one sheet pan. That
And it's
is-
vegetarian.
Yes.
I'm in. Count me in.
Yeah, but having it already. Okay.
Veggie scraps.
Veggie scraps. So every time you use carrots or onions or celery or anything like that, put it in a zipper bag, put it in the freezer.
scraps?
Yep.
The scraps, because this makes the best veggie broth you've ever had.
Cool.
It's
Another good
incredible.
idea.
Like doing a
Yes.
stock, yeah.
I've never done that.
Really frozen. And then, because we're trying these days to cut down on waste.
Yep.
Forget the waste. Use everything you've got. A little bay
leaves.
leaf.
Yeah.
Yes. Some
Little salt and pepper.
How long you let it sit there for?
You can even if it's covered, you could let this go for an hour or two. It's going to build that flavor, and then add some beans or lentils, because we're trying to cook economically, saving money these days.
I love that. All right,
Yeah.
so let's talk about this.
Turns
There's a
out.
wine bottle.
Okay.
We drank the wine.
Who drank the wine, guys?
Right.
Wasn't me.
Okay, all right, someone drank the wine. This is one of my favorite hot tips, and that's that we don't need a rolling pin. Let's use a wine bottle there.
Oh, fun.
Right in there, roll it out, and that way, look at that. Like all of the creases get right out. You can use this for pie.
You're a waste not, want
cookie-
not, aren't you?
That's how I roll.
And then we have an ice cream scooper here, but this isn't ice cream.
This is one of my favorite kitchen tools, and just a really great hack. You know when you go to a bakery and they have the perfect size
Sure,
cookies?
they're all uniform.
Yes, they're all uniform. This is a recipe from Meal Prep Magic. It's granola chocolate cookies. And here's what I want you to test, because the recipe I have calls for a 1/4 cup scoop. So use a liquid measure, and look, 1/4 cup. So you know, because they have different size ice cream scoops.
Delicious.
And then just get right in there and pack it in.
Is this healthy?
Of course, that's the whole point. It's supposed to. This is what you're having for breakfast.
No, it's
Too good to
not.
be true.
A little.
Yeah.
What is
We
it?
know chocolate's good for you. Granola. So it's almost like a bowl of oats with
That's
a
it.
little bit of chocolate.
Is there banana?
That's right.
Cocoa
What do I
powder, granola.
Oh, banana would be good.
Yeah, and you use the scoop also like for meatballs and things like that?
Yes, so I like to use this for cookies, for ice cream, for meatballs, anytime you're portioning something. And then you could even make this up, put it in the freezer, and bake them later.
Look at
So you
that.
have half now and half later.
I love
Catherine,
this.
thank you so much.
Yay.
And by the way, your kids are here. They're documenting. Come
There they are.
There you go. They're all documenting it for you. There you go.
Like,
I
what
love it.
great kids.
What
They
are
are the
their names?
best. They're Kenya and Chloe. We're just
Kenya
missing
and
Jen.
Chloe.
Nice to see
Hey, you
guys.
guys, we got extra cookies. Come get
Wow,
some
look,
cookies.
they're short like their mom.
Get some
They're
cookies.
so
Hey.
petite.
Yes.
All right, well, if you want some of these recipes from the book, just head to today.com/food. Come on in.
Hey, hey.
Woo!
Go for
guys.
it.
We'll be right back.
So cute. Hi, guys.
So good.
Have a cookie. Good, right? Really good.
Right?
In case you didn't know, happy National Walking Day.
Yes.
Before we go, want to celebrate some of our walkers in the Start Today community. Barb kicked off baseball season with a stroll.
Go Barb.
Yeah, Barb. Dana going for a sunrise walk in Dallas. Dana! Julie joined by her dog Kyla. Julie, Kyla! Marcia likes to call her power walks walking with a purpose.
Okay.
Marcia! And Sharon's making us jealous with a walk on the beach.
Yes, Sharon!
To join our Start Today Walking Challenge and sign up for our newsletter, head to today.com/starttoday.
Yes!
We want to give another quick shout out to our third hour March Madness bracket winners, our researcher, Caillou.
Caillou!
And coordinating producer, look at
Alicia Yarbo! Yeah!
And she picked UConn to
To win
win
it.
all.
Yep.
Way to go.
We got a great show for you tomorrow. Actress Taraji P. Henson.
Taraji!
Hey, don't miss Little Big Town on Hoda and Jenna.
Little Big Town! We'll see you here tomorrow.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Today we're hanging out with our pals from Little Big Town. Plus, award-winning chef Mario Carbone whips up a classic Italian meal. And we got a big announcement. We are hitting the road. Find out where we're headed and how you may be able to come along.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey everybody, good morning, good morning. It is Wednesday. It is April the 5th. Here we are. Spring is here. Look
We
at
have
you.
made it into the
You're all
middle
springy.
of the week. What about you and your mint green? Is that a new outfit?
It is. My mom got it for
Your
me.
mom bought it for
My
you?
mom buys some cool things. And I like the suit you've had on yesterday and today.
Oh.
I like how you do no shirt. You just cinch it.
I cinch it.
I like that.
You can borrow this whenever you'd like.
I can?
You sure can.
Okay, so this is everybody's buzzing. It was actually the #1 trending topic on Twitter, even when Donald Trump was getting indicted.
What?
Yeah, it really was. It was #1.
So we're more interested about Barbie, which just proves my theory that you're never too old to play.
Right. So the Barbie movie trailer dropped yesterday.
The cast is crazy.
Yeah. Who do we got?
Margot Robbie as Barbie. Ryan Gosling as Ken.
Yeah.
And who? But there's Helen Mirren, Will Ferrell.
It's amazing.
Okay, let's see.
Let's watch.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Ken.
I thought I might stay over tonight.
Why?
Because we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
To do what?
I'm actually not sure.
What are you doing here?
I'm coming with you.
Did you bring your rollerblades?
I literally go nowhere without them.
Okay. Now we get why it's trending.
Now we get it.
Everyone's going to want to be in that. Everyone's going to want to see that.
Yes.
Especially you. Isn't this especially special for you?
I
'Cause you love Barbies.
I loved Barbie.
Yeah.
I've already told you that
Yes.
my mom was a little worried about how
Yes.
late I played them into my teenage
Teen
years. But that Barbie is so cool, and it is hilarious because Barbie's. I mean, I love the part where she's like, and I'm going to spend the night because we're boyfriend and girlfriend. What do we do? Because there is no anatomy on a Barbie.
There isn't. Almost zero.
I mean, they have lovely chest, but the lower region is just plastic. I mean, all of it's really just plastic.
All of it is.
But
Yes, it is.
it's exactly how kids play Barbies.
Yes.
There was my Barbies were always sort of based off of 90210 that Barbara and I would sneak somehow. We managed to sneak and watch
so those were the plot lines for your
so there
Barbies?
was cheating.
Oh.
Ken, we always fought between Chad and Brad because it was the 80s and the 90s after all.
Right.
And there would be cheating. There would be sort of scandals. The friends would like slap each other.
Ooh.
It was like Young and the Restless.
You all were doing it then at 13?
Well, I think I was doing it probably even earlier.
Earlier than that? Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so the movie poster is going viral, and I think the reason is because we didn't realize all the people who were going to be in it.
Issa Rae.
There's Issa Rae, Ryan Gosling, Margot Robbie, Will Ferrell. And they have so many. We said Helen Mirren's in it.
Yes.
Dua Lipa.
Dua
Lipa's in
Lipa.
it. Anyway, there's a ton of people you did not expect.
No. And I think there is like a little viral trend of people making their own posters.
Because we want to be in it.
Because we would like to be in this film.
Okay, let's see what ours are.
So here's yours.
Okay.
It says the Barbie is a Zama.
Zama?
Zama.
Zama.
You want to know what a Zama is?
What's a Zama?
It's the female equivalent of a Zaddy. No. And you know what? I don't know who invented that word, but you are a Zama. See, it means mama.
All right,
I said Zama, which is wrong, just in case you want to use it with the young people. It's Zama.
Okay.
And you know what that means?
Okay.
You're hot.
Okay, let's do
And you're on the market, and you're sizzling, and look at you in your suit with your silk. Zama.
All right, let's do Jenna. Okay, here's your poster, Jenna. It says, "This Barbie still plays with Barbies." I like it.
Wow,
it's
y'all.
gonna be big.
You know what? I did just get a friend of mine sent me the Maya Angelou Barbie in the mail. It's a collector's item.
How about, we interviewed yesterday for a later story, Jane Goodall, who is an amazing icon. And you guys, people have studied her, all generations have studied her. She, of course, was very close with chimpanzees and kind of opened our eyes to their habitat and everything. And there was a Barbie for her, too.
Yes, but the Barbie has gone away. So
she
we
said
want
it
to
was
ask
discontinued.
Mattel, who's probably paying attention because we've just said Barbie at least 40 times.
Yeah, we need to
Bring it back.
resurrect
Let's bring it back.
Jane Goodall one.
Let's bring it back.
Yeah.
You know what was cool about her that we didn't even talk about is that she never graduated from college. And yet she's a doctor. And she went and sort of had the grit and determination to say, no, I want to study this. And at first people said, well, she's not even a college graduate.
Why would we pick her?
Yeah.
You know what's funny about her? It's like very few people, I think, understand their calling at a young age and stay with it.
And never give it up.
She left school, it was around high school. She went to Africa. She sat literally in the wilderness, in the jungle, and waited and watched for chimpanzees to come her way.
Yeah.
And from that day forward, that's been her life's work.
Yes.
And she said, like, can you imagine, like, knowing that clearly?
Yeah.
And you know how people are always like, well, your goals change and your things change. She's still traveling 300 days a year, talking about the wildlife, climate, all the things that she knows matter.
She's been doing it, too, for now how many decades?
Yeah.
She's almost 90. She's 89 years old.
89 years old. Anyway, we'll talk about her later.
We really love her. Okay, so there's a big news these days out, but our friend Andy Cohen discovered what people really want to talk about.
Yeah, watch this.
So I'm on the street with this clown, and someone comes up to us wanting to talk. You would think, I mean, there's a lot of news happening right now.
Maybe.
Right, maybe they would want some intel of some sort. What did the woman want to talk to us about?
Ariana's dress?
Her revenge
Her
dress.
revenge dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which apparently...
Okay.
We're back to this Vanderpump
Rules love triangle.
Have you watched any of the Vanderpump?
No, because when I'm about to, I just forget. Okay, so Ariana was the one cheated on. So she just revealed that the outfit she wore at the reunion.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, people are calling it a revenge dress.
I mean, that is a revenge dress.
Yeah.
And that one looked good on everybody. Like, I'm afraid I don't have the abs for that dress.
No, and most people couldn't wear that.
No, but
You gotta
she
be her.
looks hot.
Yeah, you got to be her if you're going to wear it.
But this is not the first revenge dress in history.
No, people have worn them over
In fact,
the years.
I bet Barbie invented the revenge dress when remember when Ken broke up with her for a brief period? For Skipper?
Wait, in your fantasy or
I believe
in real
it was
life?
true. Can
From what?
somebody Google it?
Was there a Barbie cartoon? How would we know the plot line?
I just kind of remember
Where did the
that
plot
from the
line?
80s.
No, it's from
Did Barbie
you.
and Ken ever break up?
It's from your brain.
What would have happened? No, you're right. You know what,
In
Sean?
what? I just remember. You don't know either, Sean. Sean.
It was a marketing campaign.
It was a marketing.
Well, I'm sorry. You know what? I remember because in 2004 I was still playing Barbies. But I'm happy, she broke up with him, but she still put on that hot number. So I think she invented the revenge dress, but she didn't because actually Princess Diana did. Did you know that?
Well, she didn't. Oh, she invented it, but she wore a revenge dress too.
Who invented it before her?
I mean, there were people who've been
Wearing
breaking
it
up
for years?
If you break up, it's like if you break up and then look good in another dress later, then that's revenge dress.
Okay, well, that was Princess Diana. Here's Mariah Carey.
Yeah. Okay, this was right after her marriage to Tommy Mottola ended.
Okay.
Olivia Wilde, she wore a sheer black lace after the breakup with Harry Styles.
Wow, that's pretty. Does all dresses need to show your whole body?
Well, here's the thing. Maybe you just are liking yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not always about, hey, look at this. Maybe it's not. Maybe you're just happy in your own skin.
Yes.
Finally.
Maybe glad
that's
you broke
it.
up, Barbie.
Yeah, why is everything about because you see me?
Yeah, totally.
I'm over it.
You know what?
Barbie.
That's exactly what Azama would say. Honestly, can we create a Hoda for Zama?
Okay, coming up, we are taking our show on the road.
Oh my God, we're so excited. We've already started packing.
Yes.
Not yet, but we will.
We
Guess
will.
where we're going right after this.
All right, you guys, it's spring break time, and Jen and I, we're ready for a little bit of fun.
Oh my gosh, what do you say? We pack our bags.
Uh-huh.
We take our show on the road.
Yes.
That means it's time for another edition of
Hoda and Jenna's Trippin'.
Or just tripping.
Just tripping.
We're just tripping. We're not road
All right,
tripping.
we got a big wheel.
Come on.
Let's roll this wheel out, Donna. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Thank you.
Okay, we're so
Thanks, Gerard.
excited.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right, so Donna, you're gonna
tell us where we're
Ready for me to
going?
spin?
Yes.
Where are we gonna go?
Okay. Where do y'all think we're going at home?
Wow, this is a good wheel.
Wow, that was a really good spin.
Yeah. Thanks to our props and design
Like you
team.
always dreamed about on The Price is Right.
It keeps going, you know?
Does this ever stop?
I just...
Wow.
You know what?
You've been working on it a lot.
Wow, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Okay,
Wait.
and ready?
Yes.
We're going to...
New Orleans! Yes! All right. Now, this is going to be incredible and special. We are going to New Orleans during what I believe is the most epic music festival in the world. We are going to New Orleans for Jazz Fest. Yes!
Y'all, this is the most fun. The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival. It's presented by Shell, and it stretches over 2 weekends. It starts April 28th.
Okay, just so you know, if you've never been to this thing, it is the finest music festival. It has all kinds of music. It's got jazz. It's got a gospel tent. It's got Ed Sheeran.
What?
It's got R&B. It's got Lizzo.
What?
It's got the Lumineers.
What?
It's got country. It's got Zydeco. It's got Kane Brown.
What?
It's got John Baptiste.
What?
I mean, it's got the Nevilles. It's got Irma Thomas. It's crazy.
Wait, and you've told me about the food.
Wait, flip-flops, shorts. If you want to get a hot dog there, impossible.
What do we
You
need?
have to get crawfish etouffee.
I'm in.
Wait, jambalaya?
I like it.
Okay, I'll have. Wait, crawfish? Pinch the head, suck the head, pinch the tail. We're doing beautiful drinks.
Wait.
It's the best food, and you just soak up the sun and
I
listen to
can't
music.
believe I get to go to Jazz Fest with Hoda. Okay, and by the way, y'all, that's not it. We
No.
want to bring one of you with us. So
Yes.
thanks to our sponsor, New Orleans & Company, we're kicking off a contest for one lucky viewer and a guest to come along.
Wait.
You'll get a 4-day, 3-night stay at the Royal Sonesta Hotel in New Orleans, which is gorgeous. And by the way, vouchers to cover round-trip airfare. Plus, you'll be able to join us live on Monday, May 1st in Jackson Square.
So we're going to be there for the weekend for the fun music, and then we're going to do our show live.
Yeah.
Our winner will also get tickets to the World War II Museum, which is
Wow.
epic there. Meals at Pascal Manali, which is an amazing restaurant, and Palace Cafe. And of course, tickets to the first weekend of Jazz Fest. You'll see Lizzo, you'll see Ed Sheeran, you'll see Jill Scott,
Tank
you'll
and the
see Tank and the
Bangas.
Bangas. I mean, it's going to be cool.
Okay, so this is all you have to do, right?
Okay.
Send us a creative video, 60 seconds
Yeah.
or less, that showcases why you might want to come to this magical musical paradise with us. Our staffer, Sean, he's going to give you an example. Watch this.
Yeah.
Hoda and John, I know you're going to Jazz Fest, so let me sing the blues real quick. I want to go to New Orleans, baby. I want that Jazz Fest pass. 'Cause I'm getting bored and cold and tired up here in New York City. And I got bosses that are riding mine. Oh, wait, they can hear this. I want to win this contest, so please, Miss Cosby, pick me.
Wait, Sean can sing too?
Sean can do everything.
All right, Sean. Okay, you just set the bar so
And
high,
Sean,
man.
you were right about Barbie breaking up.
You were
do
right
everything.
again. All right, now you don't have to be able to sing or to be that creative, but just do your own thing. But we want you to come with us. So head to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button, learn more about Jazz Fest, check out nojazzfest.com.
Oh, so fun.
Come
Okay,
on.
we cannot wait. Send those videos.
Yeah,
We may
we can't
show them
wait.
on the show.
All right.
Okay, coming up, y'all. They've been making music together for 25 years. We adore them. Grammy Award winners, Little Big Town. Coming up next.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Okay, y'all, that's the song, the wine, the beer, the whiskey from our friends, the 3-time Grammy Award-winning band Little Big Town. We've got, of course, Kimberly Schlappman, Philip Sweet, Karen Fairchild, and Jimmy Westbrook.
Okay, they have got a new cover out of the Rolling Stones song, Wild Horses. We've been listening to it all morning. It kind of
Nonstop.
makes you want to weep.
Nonstop.
It's part of the Stoned Cold Country tribute album in honor of the Stones' 60th anniversary. Oh my gosh.
Well, this is so, by the way, what a cool thing, Karen. I mean, it makes perfect sense that you guys are doing this, but what made you guys say, yeah, we'd love to cover that?
Well, it's the Rolling Stones.
Yes. Yes.
It wasn't a hard
It was, no, and it's like they have influenced country music so much, and My understanding is that they're fans of country music, and so they get the relationship. So this is kind of like Nashville's love letter in a way to the Stones. And there's so many cool performances like Zach Brown, Elvie Shane.
What does Zach Brown sing? Can you remember? I'm like putting you on the spot.
Just talked about it.
Well, Marin did Dead Flowers, which is gorgeous.
Yeah.
What did Zach do?
We'll find
Elvie
it.
Shane did
Sympathy with the
Devil,
Yes.
which is incredible. There's just a lot of really good ones, so people should check out the record.
Okay, you guys are in New York for this.
Yes.
But also, y'all were on Broadway last night.
went to see-
We're
yeah.
dying to see this.
Yes.
Oh.
Tell us, did you love watching
is
it?
hysterical.
Yeah.
It's
kind of
laugh
naughty,
after
right?
laugh. Yeah, a couple of times I was leaning over to my husband and going, "What's that mean?" Like a few times. And he's like, "We'll talk about it later."
So the cast is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, the casting couldn't be any better. They're all so good. Their
What's your
voices.
connection to the show?
Yeah.
Like, why did you love
Well, Shane McAnally,
Yeah.
who is an incredible songwriter, and Brandy Clark, also
course.
another incredible songwriter. And you probably know so many of their hit songs
Yeah.
that they've written for people. They started working on this 10 years ago.
Wow.
And then even through the pandemic and just all the evolutions of the story, here they are. And last night, their baby,
Years.
opened up on Broadway. So we just feel so proud and connected to, so many of Nashville, people showed up last
They
night.
did?
Yeah.
Is it all like original music? Was that
Yes.
what?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's all
that's
original.
cool.
Yeah.
We're going to go, but we need to go to a matinee because we go to bed at 8:40.
Yeah.
Unless I go out with y'all.
Maybe I'll come back up and we can go.
Exactly. The other thing that we loved was getting to watch y'all perform with Winona.
Oh my God.
It was really beautiful. What was it like to be part of their incredible legacy?
It was almost surreal.
It was.
It was like magic when she walks out on stage. She just has such a presence about her, and you could tell she was really loving this and feeling so, just feeling all the love from the fans.
It's like a presence and a fragility too.
Yeah.
She's got both things, doesn't she?
Great way to
And
describe it.
and I felt like the whole crowd was grieving with her and
Yeah.
celebrating with
Yeah,
her
totally.
all at the same time. And the love, I have chills thinking about it. The love in those arenas we were in was overwhelming to her
Wow.
and her mom.
So, okay, you're in New York, obviously. We know you went to Broadway. So when you come to New York, what's on your dance card? If you're going to come here, you're like, okay, you guys, we got to do. I know you sometimes zip in and out. What you got, Karen?
She's gonna shop.
Yeah. Where would you go?
Well, I mean, if I had a day off, I'd probably start at the top floor of Bergdorf.
And work your way down.
I love one of the bartenders there, and
We'd like to meet you with the bartender.
I'll start at the top with a little mimosa, and then I'll just work my way down every floor.
I love one of the bartenders there. That's the best line at Bergdorf. The best.
Okay, what about any stages y'all have yet to perform on? We just talked about Jazz Fest. You
Yeah.
performed there. Let's just manifest something.
Yeah.
If you could perform anywhere you haven't, where would it be?
SNL.
Whoa, that's so good
I
because
like
they're
that,
right
Cole.
there. Over there.
Anyone?
What are y'all
Lauren?
waiting for?
By the way, that's so interesting. Like one of the stages you've yet to play.
It's going to happen.
We wanted Sesame Street, and we got Sesame Street, and now all we need is SNL.
And then you've done it all.
Also.
We should point out, yes, Miss Kimberly, that on kind of a more somber note, you've revealed that your mom is fighting Parkinson's.
Yes.
And it's something I bet a lot of people watching or maybe can relate to. They have a loved one who has that. What have you been finding on this journey with your mom?
Well, she was diagnosed about 15 years ago, and up until then, she was like all of us women here, strong and vivacious and did anything, anytime. And we've had our eyes open to the complexity and the complications of this disease where most people, I just thought it was a tremble, but it's so much more than that. And what's interesting is it's the fastest growing neurological disease on earth. And so the Michael J. Fox, he's an angel. He's an angel to families like ours. And he raises so much money, and he's always has an event up here called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Cure Parkinson's. And he's bringing it to Nashville, and he's going to call it A Country Thing Happened on the Way to Cure Parkinson's. Yes!
And y'all are going to perform?
We're going to perform with Brad Paisley. He's so amazing. And just try to raise money to find a cure for this wretched disease. And they can go to michaeljfox.org.
Oh my gosh,
if anybody wants to come.
You
Of
always are
course.
giving, and it's so
Yeah.
amazing. My grandpa had it too. It's pretty
Yeah.
hard. Can we also just say y'all are going on tour this summer?
Yes.
Yeah.
George Strait
And you and Chris Stapleton.
Chris Stapleton?
This is the craziest
It's the
trio. We're dying. We're going.
We want to come.
We
It's like
do.
8 stadiums.
8 stadiums.
Yeah.
We want to
So
go.
there's 8 dates.
Because we only saw the one date in Nashville, but we'll find the
You
others.
have to come.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
Okay, we'll figure it out. All right, don't go anywhere. We got Kimberly, Philip, Karen, and Jimmy sticking around for a game of charading places after this.
We're going to win.
With Little Big Town, Kimberly, Philip, Karen, and Jimmy. And since they got great voices, we're putting their acting skills to the test. We're playing a game called Charading Places.
And you know what? I'm feeling really good, and my kids are going to be happy because it's the blondes versus the brunettes.
Come on, brunettes!
Okay, so on the blondes, I am with Kimberly and Philip, and Jimmy and Karen are on Team
All
Hoda.
right.
Donna is going to tell us
Hit it,
how
girl.
this works.
Okay, so here's how it's gonna work. So you should be a little nervous because Jenna's very good.
I'm very nervous.
We're on the same team.
I'm kidding.
I'm very competitive, but I'm also very nervous.
So this team will go first.
You can stand next to
And
Kimberly.
here's how it goes. The first member will stand beside me. I'll show you the clue. You'll act it out for the other 2 members who will be by that line.
Okay, you guys get by the line.
And then once you guys answer correctly,
Are
you'll
we going
switch
first?
places.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're
and then
going
the
first.
next person will come, act it out, and so on and so forth. You'll have 1 minute on the clock, and then team
I'm
will
very competitive.
So 2 people will be on the line at the same time.
Oh, stay over here.
Philip, you're on the line. What's
Jenna, you
going
can
on?
start
No,
first.
you're not
going first.
Okay.
No, they said she was. Why do you think I
The
can't do
person
it?
who's acting it out stands here, and then the other 2 who are guessing will stand there, and then you switch it one at a time.
Let's go.
Okay, 1 minute on the clock, and your theme is country music. Are you ready? 1 minute on the clock, and go.
Oh, okay. I'm driving.
Oh, you
My
can't
truck.
speak.
I'm driving my truck, and I.
Yep.
Yes. Woo! Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't say those words.
No.
Okay.
You have to just act. You can't say any words.
Oh, okay.
A heart. A love song.
Taylor Swift.
Beating heart.
I see where you're going, and it's a good thing.
A heart. You're broken-hearted. Beating broken-hearted. A heart that's broken.
Yes. But you know.
We can pass.
Okay.
It's a little bit.
She doesn't want to
okay.
pass.
All right. Next. Achy breaky heart.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
That's hard.
Doing the mullet.
Okay, his turn.
Yeah.
Come on, Philip.
Breaking my
Breaking
heart.
heart.
Dance.
You know, hang on.
Wait, except.
Wait, what is that? Breaking heart. Breaking heart. No, you gave it the
No, you can't do the same one.
I'll take this.
No talking.
Oh,
no
yeah.
talking.
Oh, I know what that is.
What was that? It's over.
Okay, that was blind dancing.
All right, come on.
You're going down.
Girl.
Okay, Karen, are you ready?
You're gonna have to know this.
So your category is Little Big Town songs.
Okay, we're ready.
1 minute on the clock.
Songs.
Little Big Town songs.
Okay.
1 minute.
Little Big Town
and
songs.
go.
That is so not fair.
Anna Ponton.
Yes.
Go. You're up next.
Y'all, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Wine, beer, whiskey.
Yes.
Come on over.
This is so. This is so not okay.
No. She's
She's riding something. Riding a
What? Riding
horse.
Riding
horse.
What a horse? We have a song about a horse. Riding a horse. What is it?
Guys, a horse ride a cowboy.
No,
that's not our song. Switch. Go. Pass. Kim. No, it's your turn. Your turn. Wait, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, look at the next one. Skip to the next one. Skip to the next one.
Skip to the next one.
Okay, good.
We already won. We're tied.
Go to the other one.
A Little White Church.
Go. You're up.
Danger, you.
I love this game.
Oh, please.
Girlfriend.
Yes.
And by the way, I just want to say the one you didn't get was wild horses.
Wild horses.
We're idiots.
Wild horses.
Congratulations.
I don't think I
You are
can do
being a very good student.
I'm trying to be a good sport.
Horse learning for our children. All right.
But we
By the
actually
way,
don't think it's fair.
you can
But okay.
catch- Guys, you can catch Little Big Town's cover of the Rolling Stones song "Wild Horses," which is what I was trying to act out on the Stone Cold Country Tribute album.
Something I've always wanted
What?
to say.
Please, that's a
Brunettes
Stone
won.
song.
Brunettes won.
But blondes have more fun.
All right, guys, Mario Carbone's making meatballs. We'll go to the kitchen coming up after this.
Loser.
Okay, he is one of the hottest chefs around, Mario Carbone. So if you're a foodie, you know he's the owner of Major Food Group and the famous Carbone restaurant right here in New York City.
Yeah, it's in New York City, and now it's in every other city too.
Yeah.
And today, he's celebrating something really cool. Carbone's Supper Club by the Sand will be returning to Miami in just a few weeks.
Yeah.
Hey, Mario.
We were just talking about all the places that you have restaurants is insane around the world.
Busy bees.
Yeah, you are.
Wait, so what's happening in Miami? Tell us about the Supper Club.
So the idea was basically throw this sort of old school glamorous night. We do 4 nights. Like what would it have been like in the 60s in the Copa Room when Frank was singing sort of idea, you know?
Ooh, I love that.
400 guests, extravagant dinner, big performers every night. On the actual sand of Miami Beach.
How much fun is
Boy,
that?
you dream big. I got to tell you, you really do.
So you have some recipes that are really famous at your restaurants.
Yeah.
Probably chief among them are the meatballs.
Yes.
Meatballs. I mean, you can't have an Italian restaurant without making a great meatball. I think we have a few little tricks to how we do ours.
Okay, show us.
So first, instead of breadcrumbs, we use either stale bread or toasted bread.
Okay.
So you sort of cut up any bread that you've got, preferably
It
something
can
that's
be
kind of crusty.
anything, or you kind of want like a baguette.
You want something a little bit crustier.
Yeah.
We leave the crust on.
Yeah.
Soak it in whole milk, let it saturate, and then we'll wring it out a little later on. But instead of using breadcrumbs, you're adding moisture to the meatball instead of the breadcrumbs kind of taking it away.
Interesting.
The breadcrumbs hydrating, you're adding hydrated
Why
meat.
don't people know that secret? That's a good one.
You know, we're here to teach.
All right.
So you want to give that a little stir. So this is then the next kind of base of this is just sort of onion, garlic, and parsley. Saute till tender, and then once that cools, you're going to throw that in your meatball mix also.
Is that so? That's garlic right in there, right?
Yep.
Smells so good.
Garlic.
Do you use just garlic out of the can?
We've got a team of people peeling garlic all day long
So
for
should
us.
we do that at home? Does it add an extra kick?
Fresh garlic?
Yeah.
Yes, I would recommend fresh garlic. Absolutely.
Okay.
So once that's tender, it kind of looks like this, and then you start to assemble your meatballs. So our meat is 3 parts beef, veal, and then pork. But it's not just regular pork. What we buy is, pork sausage.
Okay.
So that's already a really flavorful thing.
That's
so I
interesting, yeah.
substitute pork sausage in here to give it a little extra tang, a little extra.
Okay.
Interesting.
So that's pulled apart sausage.
Okay.
Beef and veal.
When you said wring out your bread, what did you? How did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of you
Squeeze it out?
You squeeze out any excess milk.
Okay.
And then you're just going to kind of crush it in here.
Okay.
So that you don't. I don't mind
There's
the pieces.
still a little milk.
Yeah.
No, definitely. It's a moist product.
Yeah.
And it's adding lots of moisture to your meatballs.
You use eggs.
Whole eggs. Lots of Parmesan cheese.
Of course.
And then this is your mix.
Yum.
Onion, garlic, parsley.
So that's it.
And you just mix that.
Mix that all together. We've got a little ice cream scoop here, so you get nice.
I like the size of meatballs.
No, you
size
have a
meatballs
really
here.
generous size.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing small about carbonara. And then you give them a fry. It's about
Do you actually
3
fry?
minutes.
You fry them?
Look at that.
Fry them just to set the color.
Oh, okay.
They're still raw inside.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you fry them just to set the color. Get those going. They'll come out here. They're still rare.
Yeah.
And then you cover them in sort of your favorite tomato sauce.
You guys sell
You guys have a real
We
good
sell
one.
a very nice one.
Yeah.
Carbone sauce.
Right.
We are across the country at this point, thankfully. Parmesan cheese. You wrap it up.
I'm gonna step over here to help.
Bake it kind of low and slow. 325,
For how long?
25, 30 minutes.
Why do you do that? Just
So that it's still kind of, it's still tender. It's still, there's a little hint of pink still inside. It's basically like cooking a burger. Like you don't really,
wanna overdo
I don't want a well-done burger.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's still a classic meatball, but there's a couple little things in there that make it
really special
to us.
Is this what you get asked about the most when it comes to recipes?
I would say this and our spicy rigatoni sauce.
The spicy rigatoni is the most delicious.
There's a lot of
one.
hacks out there on Instagram trying to figure it out.
Can they do it?
I've never seen one that's exactly the same as the one we do. And that's actually the next sauce that we'll introduce to the market.
By the way, congratulations on everything you're building and growing. Wow, making people happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For this recipe, guys, go to today.com/food.
Coming up, secrets to healthier skin. We're going to get glowing right after this. So good. It's insane. All right, on your latest social media scroll, you may have noticed skincare trends about depuffing, debloating, and defining. And that got us wondering, what exactly does that all mean?
Yeah.
And should we be doing it?
So we decided to ask Julie Wilson, the beauty editor-at-large of Cosmo magazine, to hit the streets of New York City to learn about what spa treatments are available. So check it out.
Hey Hoda and Jenna, it is Julie. Today is all about depuffing and debloating, two things I desperately need. So we're starting off at Brooklyn Face and Eye to get a bespoke facial. Let's go.
Talk to me a little bit about what lymphatic drainage actually is.
Lymphatic drainage is actually a natural process that our circulation system does. It's the way that our body is able to clear fluids from areas so that it can be excreted. When you're doing a lymphatic drainage massage, it's just a little bit of handwork. We're gonna go into some really nice facial massage techniques. They're gonna help define, depuff, debloat, all your facial features.
I could literally do this all day.
So right now we're gonna get into some facial cupping. Start a little bit behind the ear and work your way down the neck towards the décolleté. And that just helps with opening up that portal of drainage.
It feels like you are actually pulling something out, but it doesn't hurt.
One of the most important things to look for is certification. You really want to make sure that the people that are touching your face and caring for your face have had proper training.
Let me show you how you look.
Is she Rihanna?
Absolutely. Woo, look at her.
Now that I got this face completely snatched, it is time to depuff and debloat this body. What is the difference between just a deep tissue massage and this lymphatic drainage massage that I'm about to get?
So the deep tissue massage focuses on pain in the muscle and tension in the muscle. So the lymphatic massage stimulates the lymphatic system. It also supports immunity and obviously a deep bloat.
So good.
So relaxing. Now I push the toxins and make the fluids go toward the lymph nodes.
So we are done, and I have to say, I feel like invigorated. I'm going out in the town. Everyone should compliment me.
Julie. By the way, how fun and cool was that? So you really felt the difference after those two procedures. Yeah.
It felt like invigorating. It felt like I'd worked out, but I didn't. She was actually working me out and working out my face, and it just felt tighter
Wait,
and
can
more
we just
taut.
show, we have these before and after pictures just to show.
That's not me. But these are the type of results that you could get.
So that's
So there's you're doing some kind of a thing on your belly somehow.
Yeah, it's all over your body. It's a lymphatic drainage massage, so it's getting all the fluid. It's something that your body does naturally, but it's something that you can help promote.
Who
with
is
it.
not good for this?
So we talked to some doctors, and it's pretty non-invasive, so it can work for anyone. But if you're pregnant, have cancer, or in any big medications, you should talk to your doctor.
That makes
All right, let's show. So this is what they were doing for the face, lymphatic.
So this is from Tata Harper,
You
and
can't
these are
hurt
cupping.
yourself.
No, because it's dynamic. So you're moving it. You put a face oil on, and then you move it. So it's not like that body cupping where it has
Makes
the
a
marks
hole,
afterwards.
yeah.
So you're moving the
like
fluid
it.
out of your
You're
face and then
taking-
down your neck to your lymph nodes. So it's amazing.
Okay, cool.
Love these.
Now let's move on to this.
Yes, this is from Pillow Talk Derm. I love this because it's the tool and the product in one.
So what is it? Show us how it works.
So it's you
put that in the
squeeze out the product and it has this amazing roller. So you're depuffing while
Where do you
put
use it, on your face?
On your face and under your eye. Dr. Shireen Idris is just like
And
amazing.
should you freeze that baby so it's nice and cold?
I like to keep it in my refrigerator.
Okay,
so,
perfect.
By the way,
you're on it.
I love that because nobody wants to have different gadgets all over the
all
place.
in
It's
one.
all
Now, what
in
is this
one.
stick?
Yes. So this is ergonomically, designed so that you can actually promote all of that lymphatic drainage at home. So if you want to keep up with the treatments. Yeah, you like it, right?
Yeah, I do.
So this is from Necessaire. You're going to want to put an oil on with this as well to help move the tool across your body.
Oh my
Make
God.
sure to make the motions up towards your heart, on your belly, towards your groin, and on your arms towards your heart.
I don't know that this is like the right use for this, but doesn't it feel good?
So good.
Okay.
How can you? Okay, and lastly.
And then oil.
Yeah.
Yes, so this
Oh, I love
oil
a
is
body
amazing.
oil.
The company claims that as you use it, because one of the main ingredients is caffeine, that it helps tighten and taunt your body.
Wow, it
and
smells
depuff,
good.
I love
right?
the smell.
It smells like you're on vacation.
Yes.
Totally.
That's so
It smells
true.
like a pina colada, and I
Right?
love it.
I know. So Sol de Janeiro, amazing company. Also, you just look so glistening and moisturized.
Yeah, it's pretty for your skin.
Love it.
Oh my gosh, Julie, you're the
Julie,
best.
that was great.
Will
We
you
rate
come back and
these
hang out
too.
with us?
Of course.
Okay, cool.
We'd love that.
We'll be back right after this.
Well, that's
Get them going. Hey, wait, we got to see this crowd outside, y'all. Take a shot of this crowd. Awesome. Tomorrow, actress and singer Chloe Bailey will
And
be
we
here.
have Chef Alex Guarnaschelli. She's going to whip up a delicious pasta dinner.
Have a great day.
Today's Wednesday.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the wounds eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he didn't.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Anne. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
Your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title.
When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population.
I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the and great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
that. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that then.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Good.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice
those
of-
chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops
Ah.
in Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound
It's
Yiddish.
not
It did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
No.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is your bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Yeah.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of soap.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it? I think he'd be amazed at how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer. Basically, because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now,
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
so I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
Yeah, are you familiar with that
I
ingredient?
don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chai talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, well, great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother, Hyacinth, taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know. I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing. Don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something. And I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up. Kim, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas. You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. Now, I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know. One day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty. My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, hey. This is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. Mm-hmm. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You have our Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well, this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure we cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, when you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I made. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I have my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is.
Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great.
And just when I thought I'd had enough...
Wait a minute, I noticed...
These are beef patty.
I gotta try a... Oh, that's a great crust.
As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Al. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right. Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó thằng này ngon, nó ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, Anne Hang, a refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She's took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Macon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Ann had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Ann's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới này kia nọ, rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Ann married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Ann turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Ann's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Ann made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us, by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy thì thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy hy sinh cho con mình được ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Yune Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get this CD?" And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidni's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, "Hey, just call her and thank her for me."
When he called me, I was like, "I give it to your dad, not for you." And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to it.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I feel like we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking.
For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish in that is the kitfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
It's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work nonstop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
The best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's
see
been a
you.
long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili is a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments with people about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy.
It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country.
You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Right there, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of conies.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing,
yes,
it's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were taught. They're in a steamer.
it's
You know,
in a
there's
steamer.
just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a
Everything
customer.
on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All
more?
right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
Keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to go
you want
with
the
it.
chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it. Yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
all
it.
right. That really, it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right, one up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth. Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive.
What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. It just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year. so
Congratulations.
thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here for
This
chili?
is a Beyond Crumble,
Uh-huh.
a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
Yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give this a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
The hills are alive
with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today, we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. And Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago, and that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily, and I got a chance to give it a try, or a press.
They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did.
The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall. There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay.
Okay.
They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together
sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some McIntosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes free.
Like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay, and the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together. I only have pies for you.
American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies, and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice-cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape. Then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
Everything I do is very
how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down, and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts, and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations. Make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by Kay.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by Kay as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch.
My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And then when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by Kay officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely gonna support it. It's gonna become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
Again, this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the Carnival. The Turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake. I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility. and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the wombs eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters.
Wow.
This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he didn't.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad.
What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
Your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title.
When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population.
I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, you know, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath. So the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations. And the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the and great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughter, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you, here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Good.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice
those
of-
chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops
Ah.
in Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound
It's
Yiddish.
not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
No.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out, the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of soap.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it? I think he'd be amazed at how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer. Basically, because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process that
Okay,
we did
same
before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, well, great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City. When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food